Hi guys, what's up? Here we are. We're back. We got some Bahamut left to grind. Only a little bit. I say a little bit. 4 guns could take an amount of time. It's really hard to say. I'm stuck on the 2 centuries fight before the Greater Warp one. Yeah, like I said to you, those things are harder than the boss. Sage. Yeah, they're brutal. Not sure what to do. Yeah, it's tough. It's just really tough. They're a tough fight. If you can't get through them, then you're probably too weak. You need to get stronger. Defending with your backline might help if you're not doing that already. Limit the incoming damage. Oh, we need to change all their abilities off again. Hello, Breadstick. How are you? Oh shit! I just turned off the wrong shot. I turned off the shot that I need to keep on. The one thing I need to keep on. It'll be good to be done with Bahamut. This has been one of the worst grinds that we've done. Maybe the worst in the game. Just unpleasant for a lot of different reasons. After Bahamut, I want to finish the first set of Mastery Trial, and then I want to hit Luo. Hello, Quantum. Apply debuffs and then they die. Yeah, maybe you just need to defend with them. If they're getting one shot like that. Quantum, things are all right. Thank you. I feel a bit better than I did yesterday. I got really queasy towards the end of yesterday. I don't know what I did to myself. I'm all right now. I'd be more alright if the game would give me 4 guns so we could stop spamming Radio Bahamut. This is a good example of grinds that I'm really not that fond of. It's where they have like fiddly like moving parts. In this case, it is constantly having to refresh, trying to join when it dies too quickly. These are my least favourite grinds in this game. It's because it breaks the flow, right? Flow is important. Yes, I don't know if they. I think it's a ranged attack, so they won't proc. They won't proc openings, sadly, but you can stop them from dying, perhaps, by defending. Hello, Jakero. How are you? Oh, you have had it appear before. Okay, I guess it works then. I mean, even better if you can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Opening them, open the shit out of them. Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Just trying to get our last rusted guns. I double checked my Feyenoord daggers. Oh my dear god, man. I have almost 70 complete Feyenoord daggers. Fucking Feyenoord, man. Piece of shit. He's an absolute scumbag, brother. I hate him. Cool, thanks, Tricaro. Great from Luminera. To grab some class points. Yeah, good shout. I know I need 70,000 class points. For double Eternal plus Fighter Origin. Fighter, the Origins are all 30k. Show me the gunny. I was looking over my grinds earlier. Like, I'm actually almost there. We don't have that many grinds left until we're like on the status quo. Because I don't want to do everything in the game. We kind of hit like most of our goals. Most of what's left is on this bar at the bottom here. You know, that was only after some 1,000 hours of grinding. The grind's overrated. .38 evasion, 108 defense. Magic is 2006. Well, that's fine to try again. Those shots are physical, just so you know. They are not magical. Obviously the magic defense doesn't do anything. Gun! Love to see a gun. Physical defense, sure. This is gonna be dead before I get in. Already had 10 people in it. Yep. Don't even know why I joined. Scumbag. Someone wiped at 1% while soloing it. Nah, it's not happening. Why don't you try on the center? I don't know. Like, if you're dying to them, then no. It's something you're gonna have to test out, man. I can't tell you whether a specific number is gonna work and it doesn't. Like, just not reasonable. What I'm telling you is you need to probably defend with your backline. That's the best advice I can give you. You need to probably defend with your backline and just hope for the fucking best. But use everything with your front line to blow them up, like their most powerful abilities. Defend with your backline, I guess. Yeah, it sounds like you're really undergeared, underleveled for it. Hi, Jamman. Died on the stream or it died for you, yeah. Thank you, Drakera. That's very kind of you. It's because as soon as I joined, I opened the floodgates to all of the other people joining. And right now, these die like near instantly. That time of the day. Thank you, Jakera. It's very kind of you. Gone! Yeah. I have a question. Sorry, I missed this. Question GB. Oh, what should I be doing with my cloud combination? Sunstones. I don't agree that Sunstone versus Damascus Ingot is what I need right now, kind of thing. Not at all. Not even slightly. It's Sunstone 100% of the time, every single time. There is no way to get other Sunstones in the game. You can farm gold bricks if you need to. You can also do, at a desperation push, you can do Xeno bosses for gold ingots. There is absolutely no contest between anything and Sunlight Stones in the entire game. Apart from maybe like Heaven's Wake spheres, which you just can't access. Damascus ingots are so low down, honestly. Damascus crystals are more useful than Damascus ingots, unless you happen to have like a fucking zillion Yacha weapons that you need to raise up. The sooner you use them, the more likely you are to waste them. Kinda, I guess. Nice, you're getting that. Where we are in the game right now, Jaman, the like the sands that you get from it are probably the most immediately useful, just because we need so many sands for fucking everything in the entire game. But I don't know whether that in the long term is a particularly good idea, picking up the sands. We do get a bunch of cloud commendations from Tower of Babel. Whenever we get that rerun. Ah, it's already dead. Too much misclicking there. 17 Azers and 6 clouds in battle. Wow, yeah, that's huge. So yeah, you'll be able to pick up all sorts of stuff from there. If you can clear Babel. That's right, Chakero. So apparently, Umi was saying after this rerun, Tower of Babel, the next time Tower of Babel comes back, it will be made permanent. Whether that's changed, I don't know. The TT5 unlock is, yeah, it's something special. They really make you work for that one. I'm not sure by me. That's what Umikin floated when I talked to her about Babel, like probably a month or more ago. But that might not still be the case. I don't know. Yeah, Razil, I got 40 ranks from the last Tales of. Where's Destroyer? I haven't even done Hexa yet. No time soon. We're still building up to our Sede Disparda arc. Where we live in queues of bricked Seraphons. Yeah, because this is the last set of Babel content, I think, right? It might be that they just make it permanent straight afterwards. But when I talked to Umi about it like a month or whatever ago, probably longer, she said that it was going to be, there were going to be one more run and then it was going to become permanent. Unless I've misunderstood. Yeah, that's fun, Gemman. It's a fun one. I don't know. I'll let you know when I find it. Tales of Militis bosses are absolutely insane for rank gain. Like, absolutely crazy. I wanted to do it more. I wanted to grind it more. The next Tales of event, if our schedule is fairly free, I will actually just go super hard on the Militis bosses. A rank push. Because you get quite a lot out of rank, really. You get a lot of stats. Where were my kick? OBS says kick is live. Is kick not live? Right there, you fucking twazzock. Hi, not like. Fucking moron. Oh, it's the... I'm good, thanks. EQ Legends, 2 days, not like... Oh, baby. There is Arcarum bonus, yeah. I don't know whether this is something they always do, but it seems like they run a week or something of the half AP costs even after Tales of Arcarum's finished. Not right now, as I've seen. It's coming though. I've been trying to get through all of the side story treasure and shit while this buff is on the side. Dude, I didn't realize at the time, but the CEQ with Alchemy event was actually like the god farm. Like maybe I should have done it more. It was like the best farm in the game. That I don't think we'll ever see it again. Like I don't think we'll ever have the two things on top of each other. It was insane. Like even if you put aside farming Ouroboros, just the sheer amount of mats and random shit that I got from alchemy, like doing the transmutations, was crazy. Yeah, exactly, right, me. I found so many uses. Like we farmed like 1,000 true gold dragon scales, which means I haven't had to touch Lindworm. Just loads of random stuff like that. Fucking Lindworm. He's a family favorite. Got the side story tickets this week. Nice. Yeah, I've been farming out some of the summons. Not all of them. But like light, dark, earth. We really need the quartz. It's because they don't allow Collab to affect their schedule. Something that I've learned in this game. Well, wherever Collab drops, they don't schedule around it. They just drop it in the middle of their schedule and they don't disrupt it at all. They just carry on as normal. So, like, the reason why there were 2 alchemy events is because there was a scheduled alchemy event right next to it. They just fucking lob it in there. It can be jam, man, if you want to. It's, like, obviously worse than doing it during Tales. But it's still a lot better than doing it normally. So if you need Arcarum stuff desperately... Still a lot better than running raw dogging Arcarum. But yeah, I wouldn't do it unless there's something that you desperately want. You never want to be raw dogging Arcarum. Yeah, we still have the like pseudo Tales of event. That was the other thing. The alchemy event running on top of the half Tales event. Like that's also really crazy. That's more commonly happening. Like that's kind of better. In a lot of ways that's kind of better than Tales Arcarum. Alchemy Arcarum is kind of better than Tales Arcarum. Get Evilite from him. Nice. I think I actually have to do a Xeno boss for... I guess we could wait. I think I need to do a Xeno boss for a Lapis merit. Xeno boss is for a Lapis merit. You're so stacked out, Zenzine. You're so far ahead. It's crazy, man. You have 5 evokers rocking out already. Crazy, man. Because I know how much I've played. And like, Sensi's always so far ahead in everything. Since I'm kind of into dark now, like, I'm going to have to do thingy as well. Kinda, Zenzine. I don't have the sand to finish. I don't have the sand to finish cats as it is. Like, I'm bottomed out on sand. I got nothing. And I already don't have, like, Luminera. I'm not doing Luminera. I don't have Luminera. I don't have Celeste. I don't have Yggdrasil. Max. I'm absolutely tapped out of sand. There's nothing. Nothing for me. We broke down the numbers on Swords versus Mundus. Swords is perfectly viable if you want to target farm something. The drops, even over a very long period of time, where you farm out every single evoker, it's only slightly worse individually farming swords, like each boss on swords. There are, there's a lower Astra gain if you do swords, if Astra's an issue. And you don't get one of the pieces, I can't remember what it is. Lusters, is it? I think you don't get any lusters in swords. So it depends, really. If you need to target push something, it's really not bad to do swords at all. But overall, it is slightly better doing Mundus. You plan on grinding up all those evokers. Exactly, yeah, you get tons of lusters from Xeno. Mundus is not everything it's cracked up to be. When people, I've seen people telling people like you should only do Mundus, and it's just not the case whatsoever. When we broke down the math on it, it was like, it's really, really not that much better. Especially if like especially if one of the marks you just don't really want, like say you don't want to ever grind out Geisenborger, then you know that entire Ideon is dead to you, and that makes the rates so much worse in Mundus than swords. Maybe it's not lusters then. It's something from the chest, I think. Bite me. It's something from the chest. Like, because the coffers that you get, sorry, the chests that you get out of Mundus have a slightly higher drop rate on some things, and they have a few things in them that you can't get in the swords chest. But I don't remember exactly what it is. It's like probably Gospels or something weird. Maybe it's Gospels. So you say you're eventually going to want it all, but like, I think for a lot of players, they actually don't. A lot of players won't eventually want it all. And it's much better to focus farm what you know you do want, because there's a good chance you'll never actually use the mats. Best place to farm Sephora stones. I have absolutely no idea. I've never struggled with Sephora stones at all. It's possible, Daruga. Yeah, it's entirely possible. And if that's the case, that's just the case. That's what it is. It is what it is. What I will say is their design philosophy seems to have changed quite a lot since the implementation of the Eternals and the Eternal Transcendence. And you can see that in modern content like the Cardinal Saints. I think they understand that people don't have the time to spend in gacha, especially newer players, like struggling with so much stuff in the game. So I wouldn't be totally shocked if they don't make it that you have to have all of the evokers. But I also wouldn't be shocked if they did. But the layout of the Saints, bite me, like just the base of the Saints, if you compare it to the Eternals base and then even the Evokers base, it's so much simpler. It's so simple. Like, it's so easy and so accessible. Like, they've clearly pivoted more in terms of their design. And we don't have, you know, like 2 of each. We don't have 10. We just have 1 for each element in the Cardinal Saints. Like, it's obvious that they have changed their design philosophy by quite a lot. They've had to adapt with the time. We don't know the plans? Well, no, we don't. But we can judge from what we can see, which is modern content in Granblue Fantasy is far more accessible than old content. I don't think that's crazy outlandish to say. Won't be much useful for me. Won't be very useful for me, Brazil. I can't speak the language, mate. The Evoker Transcendence... the Evoker Transcendence is accessible if you are, like, ground up, right? It's very accessible and actually quite easy if you have the teams built out. You can say that for Evoker's Eternals as well. They suck for us because we rushed them. No, that's not the same. Like, you can do Evokers very quickly, right? If you have the power to do it. Eternals is actually gated over huge amounts of time by events. Like, that sucks as well. Like, either route sucks. The rush route sucks because it's very resource intensive. The other route sucks because it's very time intensive. Eternal Transcendence, you're gated by your power of your teams, right? Or the power of your elements. But, like, what you actually need for Evoker Transcendence is very easy, the first step. Yeah, it's super duper easy. Evoker Transcendence is gated over time by your argument. You need a built account. Like, Evoker Transcendence is gated over time by your argument. You just need a built account. It's completely different. With Eternals, you are hard gated. You have no choice to grind. You have no way to get through other than to do the 44 box other thing, the other method, whatever the other method is called, right? And that is extremely resource intensive. Otherwise, you're waiting years to do the Eternals, literally years to do the Eternals. The Evokers, you grind up your characters, like, and then you do the mode, and it's a day of grinding, and you're done. I don't see how the two things are comparable, and it's really, really strange that you're trying to argue that they're the same thing. It's like you're playing devil's advocate for no reason, Bite Me. I don't understand. You just have a new boner for Eternals? A hate boner for Eternals? I mean, Eternals fucking suck, dude. What are you chatting about? Like Eternals take years of waiting and grinding, or an immense resource dump. How is that not terrible? Like, on top of that, you have insane inventory management, which is completely unnecessary. It's super outdated, it's archaic, it's completely antiquated. I just don't understand why you're so adamant that, like, Eternal, like, their old design philosophy is the same as their new design philosophy. It doesn't make any sense to me, man. Clearly, over the last few years, they've very much changed what they're doing. Talking about accessibility, yeah. And the modern stuff is way more accessible than the old stuff. So much more. Like, Eternals are really, really old, super hard to do. Evokers, not so bad. It's still a hell of a lot of grinding though. Cardinal Saints, way easier. They don't have any development on them yet, but even just the first step of them is so much easier, so much more streamlined, right? Evoker Transcendence, if you have a built out element, it doesn't have to be to a super high point, but it has to be somewhat built out, and you've already done your Evokers, then the Transcendence is actually relatively easy. It's not that time consuming, it's not resource intensive. Every single step of the Eternals is awful. The grind is easy enough if you can do it, but those are the things. Yeah, and I've just explained that it's much easier to get to the point where you can do the grind than it is with Eternals. Like, an unbelievable difference, like night and day difference. Don't conflate me counter-arguing with saying that I think Eternals are great. No, I don't. I don't think you're saying that. It's just, there's my gun. It's just weird that you're so, I don't know, you just seem very forceful about the idea that they haven't changed their design philosophy when they very clearly have. Like, over the time that from when Eternals were first made to modern day, they've clearly changed the way that they do these grinds for these free units. It's not even comparable, you know? The Tales events really help, while the Eternals records of the 10 barely give you... Yeah, like the Eternals records of the 10 seems more about farming rings than it does helping you farm out the Eternals. I think they are still working on it, aren't they? They're doing something else with the Eternals this month. Or this year. Right, we're done with guns. Thank God. I do have a hate boner for the Eternals because they fucking suck. They are the worst part of the game, quite possibly. Every step of Eternal, everything is just absolute hell. And yeah, you could probably wait and do it very gradually over time, but then that means that you are waiting for probably 2+ years to get your Eternals done. Now, yeah, maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe they'll just do 120 and they'll immediately be like, you have to have all the Evokers unlocked. Like, they might do that. I don't know. I hope not. But of course I probably will do it if they do. Since when was Exodia in the emote bag? Oh. Is that someone's some Twitch channel's emote? I think Eternals is shit. I hate the game and grind, even though the game is market as a grind. Rusted weapons are genuine bullshit. I think they're the worst part of the game. Yeah, Eternals have it at 120. So it's very likely that if they are going to do that, then we will see it on the next unlock. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. I just think there is some reasonable doubt that they will, due to the way that they have done things thus far. Also, like the evokers are much more separate entities in terms of storytelling than the Eternals are. For the most part, some of them are kind of attached, but most of them are like singular people. Whereas the Eternals are obviously like a crew. Level 120 Kime. Who knows? Giving us direct mats to get evokers done compared to not getting mats to Eternals seems a lot easier already. Yeah. Obviously, like if they put out Praj Knights every single time that we have Tails, then that makes the whole evoker thing way easier. It must suck, right? If you played from like 11th anniversary and you played quite hard and you used Sunstones on all of the evokers, that must feel pretty bad to have used, what, 20 Sunstones and then have Praj Knights come in. That probably feels pretty bad. Because I think I've used, what, 4? I think I used 4 Sunstones on evokers. 1 on Cats and Astariola. 2 on Frau. And I don't want to anymore. Like, I don't want to use anymore. I really, really don't want to use anymore. So I can only imagine if you spent like a year's worth of Sunstones on, or probably more than a year's worth of Sunstones on evokers. That must feel quite bad. Summer giveaways. I sure hope so, but hey, maybe they'll give us 2 every Tails. We got 2 in the last Tails. What do you think the chances are that we'll get 2 every Tails, huh? That's probably wishful thinking. It looks like the Transcendence, notably, the first Transcendence at least, did not use a Praj Knight, right? Which is good. It doesn't use like a Sunstone or anything like that. Just uses like Astras and Ideans and the new mats, which is not so bad. 2 every Tails, but 1 later Tails step will have like 5 anyway. Yeah, probably. That's the real issue, right? If one of the Transcendence steps has a Sunstone requirement, then that suddenly makes things awkward. Right. Get over here. I think I'm doing fighter trials next. Did I just move them out of my stash into my inventory? Am I... Oh dear. No? Maybe I didn't. Fuck knows. Fuck knows what I did with them. I'll just forget about it. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Fighter trials. because one of these is almost finished. Obviously, there are none of these running now. The next thing is Luo. She is here? No. No. There we go. We need to see Luo for Luo's jewels and also a ridiculous amount of Genesis fragments. Have you tackled any HL or Revan's raids? I have not done any of the HL really. I've just tagged in on Beelzebubs and Belials. No, I'm still waiting. I've still got a bunch of things I need to do. I've done various Revans. I haven't touched Siegfried or Diaspora. These dragons die quickly, huh? We should probably focus on Luos, honestly. We need a lot of Genesis fragments. I do not have an Earth M3 grid, no. My Dark and my Earth are not M3. I don't really understand Siegfried yet. I know he does a thing at the start of the fight, and that's all I really know about Siegfried. But I have no idea how you combat it or anything like that. I couldn't give a fuck what Diaspora is like. I have basically no use for it. I will probably never. I'll need to join some Diasporas at some point because I'll need to make a. Since we have a pet dark team now, I'll need to max out a single Forsaken Agastia, which means that I'll need some resources from Siegfried and Diaspora. But I just couldn't really give a shit about Diaspora or Siegfried really. Damage is reduced or capped, yeah. People seem to hate it for that reason. Killed Siegfried and never touched the raid again. Nice. I hate this raid. I hate this raid so much. Nothing feels better than spamming like 6 billion damage into something and getting absolutely no credit for it. He's a scumbag. Rude? Bit rude. Little childish, wouldn't you say? I don't know. Like, apparently the Rackham is quite popular in the web comics, where there are a lot of moments where they're like, Rackham! Rackham's doing something ridiculous. Is she not, sir? It just feels so bad, man. We've pumped so much damage into this thing and they've got no, like, absolutely no credit for it. I hate him. Scumbag. Rackham! Finding other players more than the boss, yeah, it does feel like that. Other than when I try to charge attack that boss 10 times in one turn and then it is absolutely the boss. It's absolutely me versus the boss. He doesn't like that. I'm really looking forward to getting the Dark Team M3 grid. Like, they're great already. They're great with a shitty M1 grid. The Dark Team overnight went from being like my most reviled team to being like, this seems really fun. This team has loads of things it can do. Yeah, Ichigo's actually really good. From what I've seen of him. He's very, like, straight to the point in what he does. Like, he's very charge attack focused, and he's really, really defensively focused, and he seems to do quite a lot of damage. While also being very defensive. Seems like a really solid unit. Not, like, particularly flashy, but just really solid. Really good uptime on his buff thing. Rugum. Yeah, I was really surprised by that Ichigo. I mean, the Edward Elric is actually pretty good as well, from what I saw. I couldn't really get Greed to work very well, but my Dark was extremely weak. So, it may well have just been that. In Water Odious, yeah, I'm not surprised. He's actually really quite good. He's like very defensive and still outputs like quite a lot of damage. Has a good amount of utility. Just a really well-rounded character. But yeah, I don't know about Greed. Like the wiki at least says that Greed is pretty good. Like, but I don't know. My Dark was so shit. I guess it didn't. I couldn't really get anything to work when your grid's that bad. We heal block. No. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. Makes sense for. Oh, shit. Whoops. That was the turn. That was the turn. It's always turn 15. I don't think he can have his charge. His thingy's removed. Never read Loden. Loden's pretty fucking good. No, it's not. The first part is 20% fire attack, right? But the rest of it is all units. I use Loden in all of my grids. He's actually so good. I presume it will be the same when they release the other cycle, because he's part of a new cycle, right? Yep. So like they'll probably have like him, but in different elements, so you can get like a different color one. But whichever one you've got, like you're only really missing out on the attack. Never mind, but we'll be alright. I don't know what we should be doing here, really. We don't really have any upfront burst. I don't know. I guess nothing. I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't want to change the skills that they have active because we're using them for the mastery trial. I don't know. I guess we'll just leave everything on. We don't really need actual contribution on Luo. And maybe I should just be running the fire team on there. Now that I'm thinking about it. Get our double bounty mark up. Jobs are good. That's not the right team. I don't know how I've ended up on that one. No, I sparked Grand Charlotta. Sensei. There aren't really many units that I care about in this game. I'd like to get base Ewayar. I'd like to get another copy of Ewayar Grand. I'd like to get Sariel. I'd like to get another copy of Lich. And Halloween Vein. That's about it. That's all I really care about. Ooh, I'm pretty sure I was meant to do something on that turn. We have gotten away with it. So maybe it's fine. We probably just take the... Are we blocked? No. That's probably not the best way to test whether we were blocked or not. Yeah, I wish there was a better display. Like, this is unbelievably messy. Like, maybe when you've played this for 12 years, you can see it at a glance. I feel like, you know, like the heal block debuff. I feel like it should have such a recognizable graphic. It should be like huge and red or something. Like, there should be a fucking big red cross over their heads or something. You can clearly tell which icon means. Well, good for you, Nick. You're a smarter man than I. Oh shit, we were definitely meant to heal there. We've somehow gotten away with that. Yeah, it would be great in this game if there was a interface for very important debuffs that were like mob specific, so you could really see at a glance. Like, that would help with manual play a lot, because obviously manual play is not something a lot of people do in this game, but when you do need to do it, like, it's very fiddly to have to like constantly go between, like, do I have that debuff? I'm not sure. I'm not certain. Feel like we probably need to heal these guys. Yeah. Like, different durations on different characters. Yeah, I remember there was one of the Cloud Commendation fights is Echidna. And she applies a heal the enemy instead of dealing damage buff, and it was just such a nightmare having to like check back and forth constantly to see who had been affected by it and who wasn't, so whose attacks we needed to hold back and whose we needed to like wait out. It's just so annoying. So very annoying. There could easily be like a little pop-up here at the top, you know, or even on the, I guess you can't do it on the character because that's where buffs go. You could easily have a little window just on top of this one where you have like critical debuffs and buffs. Now, I like manualing. I like manualing in this game. I think manualing of this is quite fun. But I do think that they could improve the visibility quite a bit. Yeah, dispel and debuff cuts on your team. Freaking that I see. Never not refreshed a turn when I could do so. Well, I mean, yeah. Who wouldn't refresh turns? The only time I don't refresh turns is when I'm not actually like playing the game. But I quite look forward to doing, like, learning Hexa and learning Vazuzia. I think that'll be fun. And I guess Dark Rapture as well. I don't know anything about Solomonus, really. Just that it's tricky. Seen a little bit of it, but I don't know anything in detail or depth. Yeah, apparently it was way easier the next day. I've heard that it's actually relatively easy now, as long as you have some idea of how to play the game. Most of the people struggling now are the people who auto literally everything and don't even know what their characters do. Right, the sounds of things. That's me. Red Stick, you don't even play. Oh, we lost our Relogia. Fuck. I didn't even notice. Ugly Seox looking out here. Yeah, you can just luck it as well, because it's roguelite. You can get just really crazy bonuses and just win. I really don't think that mode is particularly hard by the looks of things. But it was, it was when it first came out. Oh, dude, some of the side story puzzles so annoying. Just every so often, randomly in the middle of the story chapters, like not even one of the challenges, there'll just be this fight that you have to like do in a very specific turn order way. And it will just be like chapter 4 in the story or something like that. If I cared about either Maria Teresa or Keim, then I would just, like, I don't know, I'd sort out my Earth team, I guess. But the fact that there's A, no rush because it's not time limited, and B, again, none of the characters I really care about. Doesn't really matter. Hype levels and RNG, oh. I'd rather not. The eating contest. Oh, Jacaro, no. There are 2 eating contests, I think. I believe there are 2 eating contests. Or there's something that's similar to an eating contest in one of the other summer events. And it is every bit as annoying. It might not be on the permanent side stories. I think it might have been one of the ones that ran recently. Maybe it re-ran recently. I don't know. I lose track. I'm actually done with the summer side stories now. I skipped. I actually read August of the Dead. It was vaguely bearable. All of the other summer side stories were so bad. I couldn't. I just couldn't. That's a word. I don't want to talk about that, mate. Why'd you have to bring that up? Like the name of it as well, I'm just like, oh my dear god, how many lines am I going to get into this before I'm just like, nope. There's summer stories or something else, man. I think they're there to cater to the people with a reading age of like 8. There was not a summer side story that I enjoyed. Not a single one, sadly. Oh yeah, probably. Like me. Don't know. Most of the beach events are water quartz. If we had to hedge our bets on something, it would probably be water. But it's anyone's guess, really. There might not be enough healing on Horology. Nope. That's exactly the same thing as I did last time. Whoops. That hit is too much for Horology when they're not capped. Yeah, I agree, Bite Me. I agree. I don't really need much more light quartz because my light grid is going to be pretty light duty, really. I feel like I should probably get the Draconic weapon because it's such a huge defensive boost. Which is 1,000 quartz, which we don't really have right now. They will, Nick. They will. Oh, we're on the wrong team here. Wait. What is the right team? Oh, we're on the wrong thing. Okay, that makes way more sense. You have 6 quartz. It's a good amount of quartz. I need so many Genesis fraggies. I need like 500. It's pretty grim. I don't know if Luo's bonus chests can drop them. But we need jewels from him anyway. Oh, 700 Genesis. I'm Jenny jealous. Yeah, it caps at 999. At some point, I'm going to have to make another stop on Belial and Beelzebub. Yeah, the pro skips helped a lot. None of my pro skips give Genesis fragments because I don't have the Regalia unlocks. I think that's the only one that gives Genesis fraggies. I've done the Regalia bosses so little. Like I'm not even close. I just didn't touch them. Yeah, I'm with you. How many days left on the Match Fest? Good question. It's probably on the wiki. Hold on. Half AP, etc. ends in 3 days, 7 hours. Pendant Boots ends in 14 days, 7 hours. Collab Event Special Campaign ends in 6 days, 7 hours. And half AP ends in oh my god. Oh my word. Why is everything stacked on top of each other? Yeah, it'll probably get extended again afterwards. In the end, I spent about just over 2,000 soulberries on Proto Bahamut farming, the rusted weapons farming. So we probably saved about 3,000 and something, which is not too shabby. Thanks, half AP. I just didn't want to do any of the raids. There was a good thing. It was good that I had so many other things to occupy my time, but I just didn't want to do anything that was like APEP related. Because it just felt so expensive. I still did bits and pieces, but like I mostly just avoided it completely. I guess I'm gonna unlock the Regalia unlock while I'm farming Genesis fragments. Maybe that might be the most functional thing to do, right? Because we need so many Genesis fragments anyway. Once I've got my Luo gems. What percentage damage reduction is there on the Regalia bosses? Like, how much can I off-element those? $80. Ugh. You hate to see it. Thank you, mate. If I want to do them off element, I'll probably just like Mercelaga already does quite a lot of plane damage. I'll probably just put Lyria in something because Lyria is super effective to them. Be alright. Wow, someone killed this quickly. Oh no, it's a much later turn than I thought it was. I've just been spamming. Whoops. Yep. My bad, my bad. What are you up to here? 224. Blade and Bastard getting figures. Cool. That was not optimal. He looks pretty cool. I wish our main character looked like this. Oh yeah, shit! I forgot to take my my texty document off. Thank you. My texty off. Wait, he has a sword? Oh, when he swaps stance, you mean? You mean, oh, like in his offhand up here? Yeah. No, you're right. I don't know what's going on with that. I didn't even really notice his sword. Is this the trigger turn? Or is that next turn? Next turn, right? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I didn't even realize. If we had like element damage reduction here, we probably wouldn't have to do this shit. I really like the dark M3 grid, just the dark Omega grid. It's just really, really solid. Like, you get such good weapons in dark, such good grid in dark, just in regular Omega. Ah, that was Orologe's pop. Fuck. That was turn 15. I know it wasn't. Never mind. We just had it up earlier. The turn we had to refresh Osiris. It's so awkward, like, working around the triggers with so many other people hitting it. Which I imagine must be a little bit what, like, unorganized HL play must feel like. Oh. Feel very sad. Feel quite late. The water do exceptionally well for how underdeveloped their grid is. Like, their grid is pretty much on par with Light's grid, but they are so much stronger than Light is. And I think it's mostly just off of the back of Aaliyah. The Yukata Aaliyah is fucking disgustingly good. He carries me so hard in water. Yeah, she is such a cockroach. She's unbelievable. She just sits there and it is just like, hey, Here's a load of damage, here's a load of damage, here's a load of healing, here's a load of damage, here's a load of debuffing. Like, she does so many debuffs as well, so many dispels as well, that she keeps like all of the nasty buffs off. She is my entire water roster. She has been from the second that we got her. There's just nothing. There's nothing here apart from Aaliyah. Aaliyah is more of a player than my main character is. Maybe when we get Fighter Origin. I need to get the Rise of the Beast weapon for Fighter Origin in water, I realised, which I actually don't have. It's like a mace. I never realised what a good main hand it was. But we obviously won't be able to get that until it reruns. Lily doesn't even seem to live that if we, if she's topped. Need element damage reduction. Or some kind of defensive. Oh yeah, our mana diver's turned off, isn't he? We should really avoid this one while we're farming, I guess, with the fire. Or we should change fire to another. But that has Manator on it for the loot. But I can't get over the gap between my water and my light in terms of their power level. It's bonkers. Like they pretty much do the same thing, or trying to do the same thing. And my light just sucks all of the things. Yeah, I guess it's a light thing. Yeah, light and earth both feel like that. Like, maybe light's not as bad as earth in that respect, but light... I don't know, man, because I don't think my light characters are particularly bad. They're really not that bad, and they actually even have synergy with each other, but they still feel so underwhelming. Yeah, maybe you have good characters for it, Jakere. Yeah, I can understand that. It does seem that way, Akuban, yeah. You need something or other. Like, honestly, my Earth, which is by far the least developed in my rosters, feels more powerful than my Light. and my Earth is just a hodgepodge of random characters, but they actually feel like they can deal with stuff, like they can fight stuff. My light just feels like it does nothing. And maybe once we've got Fighter Origin, that'll make it better. Fighter Origin and a Draconic so they can last longer, so they can actually get to their, like, pop-off. But we're going to have to do like M3 grind for Dark and Earth before we can really even unlock Fighter Origin, because we need so many Omega Animas. They're really far away on that one, really. I'd really like the bonus chests to come back. I'm hoping they're going to run some more bonus chests after this event. Still using the free Alethea for Earth, and he's fine. Yeah, man. I am still using Alethea as... Oh, actually, I'm not using Alethea anymore. But Alethea's great. The guy's pretty cracked out. He just does a lot of damage. He's really focused. He's a really focused unit, and that seems to help a lot in this game. Because even though he's very outdated, like, all he really did was just deal a lot of damage. Which really massively works in his favour. The worst units now are the ones that were like really convoluted back way when they were like really complex and fiddly. And the more like complicated those units are, the more they're just not worth using now, because they don't excel at anything anymore. That must have been Orologia Pop. Wait, is that our... The cores are right yet. To their benefit, they have so many elements. Imagine all the crap they release, all usable within one element. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm totally with you. I'm not blaming Cygames for any of this shit. Like, I think they do a pretty incredible job of making the elements feel different and making it so there are so many different fun characters with a lot of different effects. I actually really rate their character design, so I'm not shitting on that whatsoever in this instance. I just don't like the element. I don't like the way it's designed. It's not for me. Which is good, right? Because that means, you know, each element is different. So, like, what is good for some people is bad for others. And that what shows that the elements are very different. And you can play them in lots of different ways. That's a good thing, really. There are so many games where the elements are, like, carbon copies of one another, and you're just picking which color you're playing, pretty much. Was that mode not successful, K18? I think I've heard you mention it before. You and Umi mention it before. But I obviously don't know anything about it. The disabling grid thing, yeah, is that part of the mechanic? The rainbow grid mechanic thing. Like that's terrible. That's absolutely shocking. I don't know how they thought that was a good idea. That disables like the best part of the game. I see. Well, apparently, Chikera, you can do gun stuff in light. K18 was telling us yesterday. So if you're so inclined, go find yourself some bullets. Ah, Grand Order did too. Interesting. Oh, like the Grand Order summon itself was like a rainbow thing. Kind of cool. No bullets. Ah, thank you. 200% boost to normal attack if frontline allies include at least 3 different elements. That's super cool. I love that the wiki keeps all of that historical stuff that you can find if you know what you're looking for. I was told that Nehan is less important nowadays. Plus mechanics. To Ellie change characters. Oh, interesting. Found when it came to implementation, it ruined the game very fast. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. Like, that would ruin the game. That would completely ruin the game. It would make every element the same. That'd be exactly what we were talking about just before. Yeah, that kind of kills a lot of the fun of design. Just like the grid thing, you know, where they shut off grids. That takes just out a huge portion of the fun part of the game. It's a weird choice. Gimmick mode, yeah, I can see that. Nehan just seems like an incredible echo activator for general content. Oh, main character died. Shit. Fuck main character. Idiot. Just like this, like, oh no, bite me. Why you gotta be like that, mate? Why you gotta remind me of that? Oh no. What were they thinking? Oh, I thought I erased that from my mind. Thanks, bite me. Oh. Oh. There was a side story that was quite recent, involving the Island Girls. And in it, MC invoked his... He awakened thoroughly. Yeah, I read through it. That's what. Unfortunately, I've seen the text. It was slop, but it was mildly entertaining. That was part of the reason why it was entertaining, but I wouldn't say that made it good. It was memorable. It was very memorable. All of the female characters fawning over furry MC. One of them was really, like, said some really weird things as well. I can't remember what it was, though. Oh, God, yeah! One of the fucking girls was, like, talking about how she wanted MC to breed her in a not very roundabout way. And I was just like, what? I'm sorry. What game is this? game is this again? I don't know what was going on with it. They went off the deep end. Thanks, Bite Me. Appreciate you, brother. Fucking idiots. God damn it. Oh, it's the wrong turn. It's a turn after. I'm a fool. -1 potion. I'm gonna blame Furry MC. I haven't taken my vitamins today. Yeah, I was just like, what? Like, sorry, what? I don't know. I can't even remember who the characters are. One of the like beast girls was just like getting hot and heavy over Furry MC. His bestial power unleashed. Oh, I was playing ZZZ for a minute. Man, I sure wish I had another potion. It's really weird. We seem to be at -1 potion during this. Don't know what happened to our other potion. We're all dead here, aren't we? Yeah. Need the boss to go slower or I need to act faster. Because we have to get to Osiris's revive. Which is what, like 1 turn later? Oh, god damn it. Speaking of furries, we'll be scaling it up in 2 days. Gonna be playing an Ixar on EverQuest Legends. Going against the grain, everyone will be an ogre. Really busting out some hot is a lizard love. Because it's optimal. Obviously, because it's optimal. I obviously wouldn't be playing a race in an MMO if it wasn't optimal. It's long-term investment optimal, though. As a gacha expert at this point, I am also an expert in investment. I know everything about investment. It's just what gacha teaches you. Sometimes I tell my financial... No, I don't tell my financial advisor. My financial advisor doesn't know that I play gachas. I'm not even going to joke about it. I'm not going to make this mistake again. I'm going to double check it. No, it is the turn that we can heal. I think we have to green potion here. That's our Logia dies. If I was really micromanaging it properly, I guess we would use everyone's abilities before we use our Logia's skill. But it's a lot of effort, isn't it? I don't want to see it anymore. Well, I'm sorry, brother, but unfortunately nowadays my chat flows extremely slowly a lot of the time. So anything that you put up there, it's going to stay there for a while. People very kindly come and idle in my chat, but I think a lot of people are not very interested in most of the things that I play. Yeah, it could vanish. Wait for Breadstick to make a typo that he has to correct like 8 times to get it right. That's a classic. Any lurkers in the chat? There may be a few, yep. Several lurkers. This sounds really lame, right? But like, I am constantly still humbled by the amount of people who just come in and sit and watch, like, even though, or not necessarily watch, they just like log in and give me a viewer. I think it's something that people don't need to do, but they do anyway. That's a fucking tome. That's a fucking tome. Oh, we're almost done. We might be done off of this one. We are indeed done. Cool. Didn't have to worry about that again for a long while. Pummy your Twitch weekly. Good person. I don't know why Floor 8 fucked me. I can't remember. I assume it was very funny at the time. Guess let's get cracking on these raids. And where to start? I guess we start at the top. Oh, we should probably start on Metatron, huh? These are the ones we had to farm 100 times, right? The Regalia. Skip. Do 30 mil. I might. I think I probably can 30 mil. Just off of wind. If these are dying quickly, then it doesn't really matter what I bring to them. Oh, that is the wrong set. I mean, I did say it doesn't really matter what I bring to them, right? Wow, we lived. Man, Luo sucks. Luo's a wimp. Look at this guy. He's got nothing on us. He's getting absolutely chopped up. Great win. Do you see that? We dominated. Luo actually sucks. This is probably the set that we wanted. Oh, yeah, not Luo. Metatron. Metatron, Luo. Same thing, aren't they? Just some light guys. They all look the same. You would think the light Grange you got would do something. Who, Luo? He's alright. He's alright. I take it we'll get like a trophy or something when we've done 100. Because there's no kind of tracker on this. I think I should be able to do 30 mil in one turn even off element. I thought there was a tracker on these somewhere. Like when you entered them or something. The wind guy for a mega. No, you're right. Oh, it's when you queue up, isn't it? I think it's when you start, when you host a trial. I think it comes up with a window to let you know how your progress. I just haven't hosted one of these in so long. But I need Genesis fragments so bad. Let's see how the chests work on this one. So the blue chest has Pillar of Flame in, but I don't care about that. It doesn't have Genesis fragments in. Chest 5 is 100%. That is the Genesis fragment. Is that it? There's just one chest that always drops 100% and has a Genesis fragment in. That does seem to be it. So our contribution on this means absolutely nothing. Our bonus loot means absolutely nothing. Seems good. I guess I'll go back to a dark. in that case. On the off chance that it doesn't die quickly. And in fact, we should be sniping the low HP ones, really, shouldn't we? Like, why would we fight for damage on this when the only thing that we want is guaranteed? Can't see myself farming a Pillar of Light. What a load of dross. What a waste of time. Regalia bosses, fuck them. Right, let me have a look at this. I think it's on here. Yeah, it's on here. Okay, so we did the 30 million damage. I guess we need to do this once. We probably need to do this with all of them. I doubt we've done any of these, right? Do we have to do Rose Queen as well? Nah. They're not that sadistic. 30 mil, 30 mil, 30 mil, 30 mil. Haven't done Europa. Good thing our Earth's ready to go for Europa. Let me just break out my Earth comp. Why do we have Tien on both of these? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, I remember who Kokoro is. It's like, who the hell's Kokoro? It's the Princess Connect. Princess Connect girl. Yeah, Earth. Yeah. Whoa, yeah. Earth. Just imagine. It's more I'm grinding Genesis fragments, so I guess I might as well do the pro skip because that's gonna be what, like 600. I'm doing like 600 clears, and I need about 500 Genesis fragments, so I fucking might as well. Yeah, presumably afterwards we won't have to farm Genesis fragments anymore because we can just sweep for them, skip for them. I don't know. Oh shit, I meant to do this solo, aren't I? Forgot about that. $20 per skip, that is nice. Nice, Tricaro, well done. We're gonna have to do this again in a second. That's true. It's always Eternals. Omega 2 Anima comes up every now and again for various different things. Got some water quartz there. You lucky ass. We did the 30 mil. No backup requests sent or elixirs used. Okay. It'll take a little while, but should be able to kill it. Apollonia might be the next side story. Good. I just need to get... Oh, you mean like the one that's just coming out? Probably not. Like, the beach stories are just so inane. Oh, really, Acumen? Maybe, maybe. There's always hope. Hope finds a way. Really should have brought in Lyria for this. Lyria's description of Foxtail Summer has Joel and Luo joining the cast to help Yo learn to swim. You might say it's Yova. Yeah, finally. Can't wait to be immersed. It's too hard. I just can't handle it. It's too emotionally powerful. It's too taxing. What is Europa even doing? Is she going to kill me in a second? So far she is tickling us. But I suppose we are only tickling her as well, to be fair. Some people will pay a lot of money for that kind of thing. You think Europa is a furry discriminate? It could be, yeah, it's possible. She's just scared of my masculine prowess. She knows that if she pushes me to my limit, that I'm going to exceed it. She actually did no damage whatsoever. I don't know what the fuck she was even doing. I'll waste everyone's time. We have that. Oh, we need to defeat some of these solo. Most of these. Okay, we'll try and do Avatar with our light. We can do that. We can do them all. Go on, light. You got this. I believe in you. She's water without Herez or Bullets Ground or any of the collab unit egos. Blah blah. This is your time to shine, light. To be fair, light gains a lot out of Fighter Origin. That will probably help them quite a lot. Because Alba isn't there? Yeah, it probably is that. There you go, they did. They did almost as much as my wind would have done. It's fine, they're rampant. Do we have the wrong thing on here? Guess so. Probably not helping. Might as well hit it with win. Yeah, I don't know when that will change. I don't know when, if ever. We will truly have a time where I don't just use wind on random stuff. I'm just like, fuck it, I'll use my wind. We are genuinely killing this as fast as we killed Europa with wind. Fucking light, man. To be fair, we shouldn't really have twin coil on. Don't know what's going on there. Fighter Origin will fix it, I believe. How do I bring in my wind seam? Yeah. I think my dark team's gonna be fine. My dark and my fire are actually fine. They're great even. I mean, my dark team's not great right now, but it probably will be. I think it will be actually really quite good. Oh, we're popping off. Dark won't transition as well as Solomon. Yeah, I mean, like that's gonna be that's the same in most content, to be honest. I'm not really surprised by that. But it'll be alright. Just bash our head against it, won't we? Picked up against the Storm when it went on sale. Pretty decent game, but God, is a session stressful. I don't know what Against the Storm is. Oh no! No! Should have brought a win. What did he do to us? Come on, guys. These guys have nothing. It'll be a miracle. It'll be a Christmas miracle if these two can kill this. There was some kind of very special attack there. Did not work out well for us. Great work, team. Great work. Roguelike City Builder. Got you. Thank you. So I sent a backup request there, I think was the issue. So I guess we'll have to do it again. We do have it on, yeah. Nobody joined, because obviously nobody's gonna fucking come and do Avatar, but we still sent one. We're still criminals. Nope, I need to not stop. I need to stop clicking that. Grimnir, we do need to do. Grimnir, Alexiel. Grimnir, Alexiel, Shiva. Brain. Okay. Right, let's run it back. I'm actually going to get AFK for a second while this plays out. We know they can kill it. Right, beer bag. Wish them the best. Yeah, against the storm is what people were talking about a second ago. How you doing, Senna? Thanks, though, Chaos. Next spark will give you a light team like a dark. Well, I think by the time that I spark again, it will probably be past that already. Past the point of Light Guild War. I won't care anymore. Right, put it back. Grab some water. Dear God, we're still going. Any second now. Sorting out the vertical stream made me rearrange all of my sources in OBS, so they're actually sorted in a way where I can find things now, usually, like the BRB slime. Gains, I guess. Type of game that creates difficulty by taking things away from you. Ugh, I kind of hate that. That must be the big ability that kills everyone. And they do 6%? 6% seems like a lot. I guess they're not getting, like, murdered. That'll be fine. Always click that one. I'm trying to click cancel. So used to that being a cancel button there. Okay, cool. Grimnir. This should die in a more reasonable amount of time, hopefully. Track's good. Mate, the Streets of Rage soundtracks are incredible. Even the third one that they made many years later. Sorry, fourth one. It's really, really good. Streets of Rage 2 is one of my favourite OSTs of all time. Considering when it was made, that bit tune absolutely slaps. Like, the guy who wrote that bit tune is a master of bit tune because it sounds incredible. It sounds like they do so many different tracks that sound like industrial and sound like dance, and all sorts of stuff. It's crazy. It's a true timeless classic, Streets of Rage. Still fun game, even to play through nowadays. Just go and beat people up, you know. Alexio, right? Alexio. Don't really know why we're using Army here. Just be using like Astariola. Probably better. I doubt this is gonna die in one turn, is it? I don't think our win's quite that good. This is where you get the summon. Yeah, I wish. If only. Just really, really low rates. Okay, I'll just keep farming out then. It'll drop eventually, right? Yeah. It's your middle name, Senna. Pretty unfortunate. Your parents are quite mean. We did a Roper. Yeah, all of those. Just Shiba. Lucky, sure. But always lucky. Pretty cracking name. Once we got into a grind here, may well be treadmill time. We got ourselves nicely seated. I'm sure you would, Senna. What were you grinding yesterday? All 300? Oh, okay. I thought you missed types. Yeah, they're still potion positive all the way up to 300. Well, they're always potion positive. Campaign's exclusive quest is potion positive forever. You can do it millions of times. But yeah, it stays really efficient up until about 300. Oh, we haven't done this yet. Wait, have I turned off his auto join? Nope. Yeah, it's not great, but it's something. It's not much, but it's honest work, etc., etc. All the Omega summons, fuck them all. I think what Senna's saying is she's planning on not using any of the Omega summons in her grids, and she's going to use Orologia main summon instead. Sounds like nerd shit. True, true. Fuck the 280. Except for the things that I like using the 280 on. And then the 280 is great. Who said Senna's a casual? Senna's not a casual. Like, she's a casual compared to, like, you and me. Probably. But she's definitely not a casual. I know, that's pretty hilarious, Senna. You've made it. You've done it. Says it's a lot of things. I mean, even in this game, by me, Senna is certainly not really casual. It's just there are a lot of people who come through here, as per most gacha games, right? A lot of people who are active in the community who are obviously like super tryhard. really skews people's views on like what is casual. That sounds more like a kind of suicide pact kind of thing, right? Me, haven't quite got there yet. Yeah, man. Zen. I'm also a casual because Zenzine exists. Thank God for Zenzine. Thank God for Zenzine and Desarch prior to like burning out. I got 2. I didn't even know that was possible. How do we get 2? Oh, no. How do we get 2? I don't actually know how we got 2. How's that possible? They're both from yellow chests, right? Wait, how do we get 2 blue chests? What's going on? Why are we getting double loot? Why do we get double loot? I don't know. I'm sure there's a very good explanation for it. Bonus Loot Light Week. Yeah, it is Bonus Loot Light Week. But we got... That's not meant to give double loot, though, right? That's just meant to give the bonus chests, is it not? Does it also give double loot? That completely blindsided me, if so. Oh, on hosts. Because I never host anything. I didn't know. Ah, it doubles your loot on host. Yeah, I don't ever host. I never host anything. The only things I host are Revens and Bahamut's. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. How many Luo gems do we have? Try to get up to like 100 Luo gems. Hello, Chili. Exactly, bite me. Exactly. Why host when leech? Welcome back, Cyril. Yeah, Damascus crystals aren't really a thing, are they? They don't really exist. Probably not going to be able to find raids for the other regalias, right? Guess we'll see when we get there. a chili weasel. Some Giga Unk music because it sounded like Vivaldi. Cool. This is dead before I get in, isn't it? Oh! Better lucky than good. Better lucky than good. Retrain 305. You can now add. Oh, you can add 2 stars. A specialty weapon, 1 damage and 2 damage. I mean, I guess. Just giving it away. I guess. I don't think we're getting into that. I don't know what I've tried it. Did actually find the tap for it though. Right, treadmill. It's about that time. Moseying around like a crazy person. Should change these. We obviously do still need to do these, but they are pushed back a little way. Need to get these Jenny fraggies. These mastery trials are pretty easy to idle because they take so long. A big plus for them. I don't know if any of these will actually be popping. Probably not. Oh. Never mind. I guess we're doing this with wind. I don't think it really matters. Maybe we're not even... Or maybe we're not even contributing. You can always come back to them if they need help. So shivers. I wasn't really expecting so many things to be running. We don't actually need this up. If we're committing to farming the Regalia quest, we are going to get more than enough Genesis fragments. Gonna head out. Thank you very much, Takero. Take care of yourself. Appreciate you. Hope you have a wonderful day. Remember, I need to be joining low HP ones, not high HP ones. We do not need contribution here. We do not need any more of these fists. No. No. Naughty. Low HP won't work on the Metatrons because they die too fast. Ah, that was 3. Fuck. What about the Europa? Oh, it wasn't a Europa, it was a Shiva. Basically the same thing. The Europa ones are really the ones we want to leech because, you know, no Earth team. So we spy a low Europa. That's probably it. Stay in this one until it closes. Hello, Fox! How are you? Things are good here, thank you. Finished grinding rusted weapons. So pretty happy about that. But of course, the grind continues. Love getting my shit together. How was work? How was work, Fox? How's your job? You did that already, right? Which our main thing was just long ass drive. Climbing ladders, which killer on your body, yeah, I can imagine. Imagine it's very hot there as well, which does not help things. But you survived, you're back with us, you're back in the land of the living. What do you got planned for the day? Is it relaxation time for Fox? Like to, but I really had to catch up on stuff. Well, I got motivation to do so. Probably going to catch up on some stuff that you've been putting off. Fantastic. I love to hear that, man. You got to do your maintenance. Not just on catches. I hope you get whatever you need to be done. I also hope you find some time for yourself. Really appreciate me. Well, I appreciate you, dude. It's not something you need to say, brother. It's fine. I appreciate it all the same, though. Why am I even moving off this? Why am I going to that one? I've been bamboozled. Why does this always happen to me? Hello, Joe. Things are going pretty well, thanks, Joe. How are things with you? We're grinding. We're moving. What more could you want? Happy that your CAA team can MVP on Seraphon. Nice! Congrats! Can we stay in this one? Yep. Team needs a little more damage. Can't cancel the 77 million omen sometimes. About 5 to 7 million short. Oh well, still very strong, my friend. I think we probably should have hopped out of this one. Crazy looking boss. Yeah, it looks cool. How's it going, Wobby? What am I farming? I'm farming Genesis fragments. So I'm taking this opportunity. I'm taking this opportunity to do my regalia skip stuff. Since I have to farm Genesis fragments anyway. This might die before I get in 14 people in there already. Need the Cheetos? No. Fuck that, man. Fuck Pillar of Light. It's a waste of everybody's time. It's an absolute pit of soul berries. Light's Legacy Transcended. I take it that is not the max thing. As per usual, we need the phone to check things. Light's Legacy. What the trophy's called? Oh shit. Yep, they just suck. They just suck. Got a few stamina modifiers, yeah. I mean, like, it's an okay item. I don't think it's even a particularly great item. It's not really worth the farm, in my opinion. It's a ludicrously low drop, where you're getting basically nothing out of it, except for Genesis fragments if you need them. I probably won't even see one drop while farming 100 of them. Not worth. Yep, light grid absolutely sucks. The light M3 grid is so awful. I couldn't believe how bad it is. You have such little to choose from. There's no real variety. The base grid it just isn't that great. The things that you tack on, like the Horus weapon, is all right. But aside from that, that's pretty much it. There's just not a lot going on there. Join the light side, decided to farm pillars. Nope. Farming Genesis fragments. It's literally just talking about how shit pillars are and what a waste of time it is. When you dry off a water team, you get light. I believe it. I think we might be in 3. No, we're good. Oh, Ariel's changed colour! This is madness. I hate it when people change colour on Twitch. Drives me mad. Scumbags. Fuck, scumbags. It's true, Ariatel's coming for your colour too. Bless. Wish they would make auto use your summons in order instead of just a quick use one. Yeah, I mean, they obviously want to keep the game to be manual in some way. They want to make sure that manual play remains a good gap ahead of auto, I guess. Everyone's turning green, yeah. Ariatel's a trendsetter. Whatever colour that is. Is that turquoise? I don't fucking know. I know artistician. Cadet Blue. Apparently so. I'll take their word for it. Pick Joe's colour if you wanted blue. Interesting. Ready for your orders, sir? It is quite bright, yeah. Where can you look at the list of Twitch colours? Where did you find that they noted that Cadet Blue? It's kind of interesting. Love to know their definitions of the other colours. And the chat settings. Show you when you mouse over it. Bit difficult on my view. Thank you though. Yeah, you can change all that stuff, I know. I was wondering if there was a list somewhere that I could just have a look at. Oh, interesting. There's a breakdown here. Unfortunately, the actual page is outdated. There's a breakdown here. Apparently, the most common one is blue at 9.4%. The least common one is dark orange at 1.4%. This was dead before again. Yeah, apparently blue, just straight blue. Blue, red, blue, red, purple, pink, light blue, dark green, spring green, wine red, brownish orange, orange, greyish green, bluish grey, dark orange, in that order. I don't know. I can't find a list, unfortunately. Like with the actual colours side by side, the names. So I don't know which ones are which. I'm guessing so, though. It could just be orange, I guess. It's probably not brownish orange. I don't know. Could be dark orange, could be orange, could be brownish orange, I don't know. I'm looking for like a web version of the colours. But I can't seem to find it. Fire brick. That must be dark. Because the thing is quite outdated. It's like 10 years old, this breakdown. So they probably changed some of the names since then. That's probably brownish orange, right? What's wrong with fire brick? It's my favourite colour. The least hues are dark orange, bluish grey, greyish green orange, brownish orange. Bottom 5. But this was 10 years ago. The light grid of colours. Got him. Dark orange is dark in the name. Makes sense. So just to confuse things further, my pro chat and my Twitch chat displays have slightly different colours for the Twitch name colours. Which is one of the many reasons why I hate it when people change their name colours. Yeah, that's not quantum colour. That's darker than quantum. Quantum's like cream? Whatever that is. It's like ivory. Yeah, beige maybe? Got it by default, damn. Watch out for this guy. Yeah, green's over. Green's been and gone. Welcome back, Arita. Welcome back to green. It's happened so every so often. We have a few hours of people messing around with the colours. And yeah, there's always usually someone who's like, am I colourblind? Hold on. Yeah, watch out for Senna. I wouldn't trust her. Hello, Chewie. You did a big jump today? Go on. Clever girl. That's so clever. You're such a good jumper. Well done. You're so clever, my sweetie. No ordinary cat would be able to make that jump. You're a super cat. You're a very good girl. What are you gonna do now, Chili? What? How are we proceeding here? Yeah, perched on the end of the table. You gotta air it out. Careful. No rubbing against the monitors, thank you. That's not safe. That's not safe. No. Come on. There's a good girl. That's wonderful perching. You're such a good girl. I don't think we make it into that. 10 people in it already. Got another shitty weapon that wasn't pillar. Whatever that was. I think if we get one pillar of flame in the 100 clears of this, that we do, it'll be a miracle. Foxtail summer indeed. Are you pumped for it, Fox? Hello, Alex. How are you? Hello, sexy. How's your day going? Like what? Oh, baby. It's triple platform, Alex. Okay, no, not too bad then. Not too bad. Given the options. Doesn't work. Should be okay now. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Lovely, jubbly. Why did I even click that? Makes no sense. I'm full. Oops. What's the habit? Someone get me out of this time zone. Yeah, just get off the mountain. It's that easy, folks. How can you be on Mountain Standard Time if you're not on the mountain? Doesn't make any sense. How have I been? I was a bit queasy yesterday. I don't really know why. But fine again today. Yeah, just getting on. Got clock tower later, obviously. Couple of hours, 2.5 hours. Probably do another walking cycle after this. Plenty of shit to grind in Granblue Fantasy. What more could I want? Wonderful people here with me. Where's the best place to move at the moment? Fuck knows. The only thing I know about America, modern day, is don't go to Utah unless you're a Mormon. Thanks, Lego scandal. Portland or Seattle? Why'd you pick those places, Senna? Hey, Marsh. Yeah, the Lego stuff is bonkers. It's absolutely batshit crazy. The corruption goes deeper than me in EverQuest Legends in 2 days' time! It says New Hampshire is the best place to live in the USA at the moment. Does it give any reasoning for that, Dark Chaos? Yeah, Marsh. Marsh loves Fox. Who can blame him? Fox is a swell guy. Yeah, Fox is green for some reason, Marsh. I don't know why. He's just been fucking around with the colours. Disgusting behaviour. Oh, I remember Jenna's Limbus days like they were only yesterday. New Hampshire consistently ranks as one of the best states due to its low crime rate, strong economy, and high quality of life. Has the nation's lowest violent crime rate, 1.2 for 1,000 residents. Wow, that is really low. Zero state income tax on wages. Median household income. Wow. 91.8. There must be some downside to New Hampshire, right? Well, otherwise, why would everyone not live in New Hampshire? The United States is best kept secret, except AI knows apparently. It's not cooking your laptop anymore. Nice, Marsh. What are you going to play as? Job market stuff, probably, yeah. Sounds too good to be true. Yeah, 3 runs going on right now. Damn. What's your favorite class in BG3? Marshmallow, or in D&D in general? All I remember about the domains is Shadow Hearts is awful. I presume hers is Shadow. Shadow Hearts domain is so fucking god awful. I think the healing domain is the best one, isn't it? There are a few different good ones. Warlock. Yeah, Warlock's just a great class. In general. You get so much for like a few levels of Warlock. Yep, Warlock is like the premier multi-classer. Does all sorts of disgusting stuff. You change Shadow Hearts to Death Domain. Of course, of course. Now that was part of the challenge when I did the big Omega BG3 challenge. That was part of the challenge, Shadow Heart being such a shit main character with her standard domain. Like the domain is so bad, it is literally nothing. It's completely worthless. Might as well not have a domain. I haven't played with the new stuff. I know Hexblade from D&D, but I haven't played BG3 with like Hexblade and the newer classes. I can only imagine it's very powerful because Hexblade's bonkers in D&D. Things that like change your statistics to do other things. Just generally really powerful, like stat conversions. Yeah, Fox. Yeah. Why? Why not just do more runs? Honestly, the best part of Baldur's Gate 3 is the first act anyway. I think the first act is really, really good in Baldur's Gate 3. And like, the second act's pretty good as well. I don't think it holds a candle to it. And the third act, you know, well, it's still good, it's just not up to the rest of the game. In all of your runs, you've only got past the first act once. Nice. Permanent alcoholic. much. But the main thing is that you're enjoying yourself, brother. So as long as you have fun, that's all that matters. It's all good. What does it matter? As long as you're having fun. I know there are lots of people out there who play Baldur's Gate 3 in a similar way. It's because there's so many options and people want to try so many things. It's a testament to how cool of a game it is. That used to be my least favourite, and then I discovered Death Domain. What do you like about Death Domain so much? Do you like it for the extra damage? Light's Legacy, that's 100. I believe. Yeah. Cool. Right, let's try and do Luo first. I'm not going to get into this one. We should really do these gems where possible. Ah, the necromancy cantrips. Right? You can shoot 2 creatures instead of 1 with necromancy cantrips. Right? Yeah, that's pretty sick. Oops. I fucked up here. I've taken one more road than I should have. Whoops. My bad on that one. What's going on with this meta? Oh, it's because I didn't realize we still had a Metatron up. What's happened here? This thing's taking forever. Cleric is usually one of the strongest classes. Typically, I don't think there's ever been a point in D&D history where Cleric has not been an incredibly strong class. when you combine full spellcasting with like a decent vitality plus domains in the later editions, plus plate armor, plus good weapon assortment. Pretty ridiculous. Cleric obviously does get typecast into healer, but anyone who's played D&D for a whole minute knows that there's a million different things you can do with a cleric. They're incredibly versatile. You can melee, you can cast, you can heal, you do anywhere in between. You really obscure builds, you can tank. You do anything with a cleric. They're great at level 1. They're great at max level. They're great all the way along the journey. Any game, any system. Clerics are always fucking insane. Get me out of MSC. Where do you want to go? When are you moving to New Hampshire, folks? Pretty expensive additionally has shitty New England winters and the absurd summer. Sounds good. That sounds great. I don't really know, Akiben. I don't know what's so bad about it. Like, it's just in between the times a bit. Why do you hate it so much, folks? Do you actually have a serious problem with MST? Ah, so it's more than just the time zone. Just the area you're in sucks. Yeah, man, New Hampshire. Let's get moving, mate. Hey, David, how are you? Been ages. Probably wait till you finish BG3, Marsh. Man, I hate to break it to you. I don't think with your track record you're finishing BG3 anytime soon. Maybe that's for the best. Randy Power, nice. I hope you're having fun, man. So in today's meta, when you just activate most of these response. Oh Jesus, Jesus, Senna, you should be ashamed of yourself. It's close to none of the game releases, but it's only a couple of hours different to ESC. Like, it's only 2 hours from ESC and 1 hour from PSC. It can't be that big of a deal. Yep, thanks, Senna. I appreciate that one. It took me a second. I was like, what? Oh. Lots of Warhammer 40k devs try to let the IP carry, go with mediocre games. So the way that Games Workshop works, I know this because I have quite intrinsic knowledge of it. They give out their IP to literally fucking anyone. Like literally any company out there, they will give their IP to who are developing a game, and they don't give a fuck. They don't care if the game is good. They don't care if the game is bad. They've gone for a an all-encompassing, an umbrella method of distribution, and that's why there are so many Warhammer games out there, and they have such a huge range, a vast range of excellency. Because there are plenty of Warhammer games out there that don't even work. They literally don't work. They are unplayable. Games Workshop has zero pride in its IP. It's very invested in its IP, but it has no pride in its IP. Like, it doesn't care if there are bad versions of 40k out there, because they'll just make more. Yep, Rogue Trader. So Owlcat Studio, they specifically asked Owlcat Studios because they saw they made good Pathfinder games. If you look at like Wikipedia on how many like Warhammer games there are, it's like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens over the last 10 years. A crazy amount. And they're all by like unknown developers as well, most of them. And then you get a few which are really good, like, you know, Total War, Rogue Trader, Dawn of War, well, at least, well, maybe not 3. Things about Rogue Trader. Yep, Space Marine 2 is meant to be really good as well. God, what the hell are they called? The like fantasy Left 4 Dead Skaven Blight, is it called? I don't know. Vermintide games are really good as well. But Games Workshop has very much reached a point decades ago now where, you know, it's a money-making company. It's a check printing company. Like, they are just focused on profits. They don't give a shit about really anything. The IP 40k is big enough that they want to make sure that it has a future. So they're not just trying to bleed it or anything like that. But they are also not shy with just kind of throwing it out there for people to make a game and see if it sticks. Horus Heresy Legion. Oh, is that the gacha? Kurt played that. It was fucking appalling. Unbelievably bad. Oh, it's a card game, okay. Different game, I think. There's another one out there. There's a few 40k gachas again. They spread their net wide. That's how Kurt got into Langrisser, because he was playing, I think it's called Tacticus or something. He was playing that game before, and it was like just an incredibly bad version of Langrisser, but with 40k branding. That is not surprising, Dark Chaos. Going to Langrisser Cole, will I run a guild? Oof. Let's wait and see what the guilds look like first. Assuming that there are guilds. Probably. If it looks like it's going to actually be good, then yeah, I probably will. Just because, at least if we have a guild, then we can be kind of sure of what's going on. Because it's probably going to be like loads of rewards, a lot behind guild. As a lot of those games are. It's fucking annoying. Langris event, well, like, it's going to be completely different anyway, Fox. Again, like, it could be so different to what we're expecting. It looks like it's going to be similar, but even at a base level, the idea that you get 2 generals in a unit with a mix of troops is already hugely different to the previous games. So it'll be pretty blank slate. I wouldn't worry about it. I know there are already people who are nerding out, who are going to get into the Chinese beta, who are going to know everything by the time the game goes live, no doubt. But at least that means we'll have some news about what it's like over the next couple of months, most likely. I imagine it will be similar, but with this, it will be somewhere between Langrisser Mobile and Mecharashi, I would guess. Yeah, give it a crack. I mean, like, I'm gonna try it. Even if it looks absolutely awful, I'll give it a go. Just because I know that I like that style of play. And even if it has the worst gacha rates in the whole world, and it has a load of fan service and all sorts of things that I don't like, if I like the gameplay, then I will probably play it. But we'll see, you know? There's a lot of unknowns right now. After this year of gacha releases, like, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth in terms of gachas, you know? Like, if there is a modern gacha that actually has a playstyle that I enjoy, I'm probably going to play it. Start your new job. Oh, what are you doing now? What are you doing now, Vrim? I didn't even realize you quit the last one. I know things weren't ideal there for you. Ah, trading base, I see. You're a great you. Occupy. Love you, Vrim. Deity of Destruction Transcended. I think that's not the full one, right? I'll have to double check that in a second. I think that's 50. I think they're all like quite short. Deity of Destruction, yeah. Transcended is 50, I think. I want to play Dench Attack. What the hell is that? Dench Attack? That's interesting. Ah, Japanese for train, I see. There was some train gacha a while back that was meant to be like a little bit like Limbus Company, people were saying. I don't know if it ever came out or not. If it did, it didn't make much noise. Oh, your friend was playing it. Nice. What's it like? The Final Fantasy 11 collab. You playing the collab on release? Yeah, I am. I'll be playing collab on Thursday for sure. Don't you worry about it. It's usually 1 or 2 hours before my streams start, and I will do my best to be on for its release. But if I'm not, then I'll just be, you know, like an hour or 2 late. I'll be there either way. Resonant Solstice. Yeah, that's the one. Oh boy. I can't see that link, I'm afraid. Is that chaos? Doesn't link to anything for me. I'm just excited to see what they come out with from. Yeah. Just excited to see what's going on with it. No, Marsh. Take care of yourself, man. Love you. Just for the record, we did get 0 pillars of light while we were farming Metatron for fragments. In case anyone needs a reason not to farm Pillar of Light. Is it EOS? I mean, it never really... I don't think it ever really took off. Like, there was no publicity about it or anything like that. I only heard of it because I stream gachas a lot. While it looked kind of cool, I'm guessing it's nothing very special, or it would have been picked up a bit more. Depends on the company, right, as to whether it all EOS or not. Some companies are very happy with well, look at like More Amends, for instance. Very happy with Very small amount of income. Others not so much. Blue Archive had drama, wow. Wow. The drama about Blue Archive should be that the game should be fucking illegal. Change the gacha system and players aren't happy, huh? Can't they just go and find another game in which small girls call them master? Sorry, sensei. Surely there must be others. GBF Spark system to Hoyo 50/50 system. Ugh. Expect people to be on board, yeah. I don't think they know gacha players, huh? The sheer mention of 50/50 awakes gacha players from their mummified slumber. Deep in the bowels of the earth, they rise from their coffins and shamble onto the internet, where they post senselessly abusive posts, death threats and all. No, Marsh. Love you, man. It isn't people don't. I mean, people don't like change, you're right. But in this case, it's people don't like 50/50. People fucking hate 50/50. It's the same in every single game. Every single game that pushes 50/50, people are like, fuck 50/50. And then they get appeased with like 50 pulls from the company and they're like, oh, I love the company. And then they forget about it until they actually have to pull. You put your target at 199, you're stuck with one. Whereas you can have 200, yeah, indeed. You lost your 75-25. Yeah, that. I mean, like, I don't know what else to say other than don't play games. Don't play gacha games, especially Hoyo games. Don't touch them, especially Blue Archive. Silver Palace has been looking good at every throw until you hit the gacha. Wow, what a shocker. Silver Palace looks generic as fuck. It's just a fucking action RPG with a new coat of paint on it. It's got a middling story, which admittedly is much better than most gachas, but it actually has like some interesting story-ish. Like, it really isn't that big of a deal. It's just we're starved for gachas. Silver Palace is not a great game. And the gacha system is awful. Yeah, of course it is. You can imagine that any Premier gacha release is going to have an awful gacha system. That's just the way it is. I don't know. I'm not a good judge. It looks the same as all the others to me, young ladies. Has Balatro built in. So here's a little spicy meatball for you, Dark Chaos. Just fucking download Balatro. Then you can also have Balatro built in on your computer. Free game. Yeah, and I imagine whatever, like Balatro or whatever that's in it, isn't as good as the actual Balatro. One gameplay and one story gacha. Brave, Ben. Yeah, indeed. If you want gameplay, play a single player game. Genuinely, like, you'd be better off replaying the same single player game over and over than gacha gameplay, because, like, the amount of actual gameplay you get out of a gacha is tiny. Because most of what you get out of gacha gameplay is the gameplay loop, and the gameplay loop is fucking inane. I mean, gachas are on a downtrend, but I wouldn't say they're falling out of favor. It's probably that's catastrophizing it a little bit. Like, they're on a downward trend, a slightly downward trend. I do not have the pro skips for Regalia, no. I am grinding Genesis fragments right now, so I'm just doing I'm getting the Regalia skips while I'm at it. Since I might as well. I just basically skipped M2 completely. I didn't do anything in M2, I haven't touched the shit. Open world stuff has reached an unreal boiling point. I don't know how many more of those games they can release that flop. Like, I think if there's another year or two when none of the games that launch actually take off, then I think it will start becoming evident that that is not, like, successful, unless they make enough money just from the launches, which is entirely possible. It might be that the old pump and dump is all they actually need from it. But I do not know their finances well enough. I know they make a shitload of money in those opening weeks, though. Not as bad as hero shooters, yeah, maybe. I'm just gonna get some more drink. A drank. Actually, I think we'll be alright. Never mind, I think we're good. Failed hero shooters, yeah. The other big trend that we're seeing outside of genre, right, in gachas, is this increasingly incentivized financial distribution towards sponsorship and advertising. Like, it just gets worse and worse every year, and it's really hit like a critical mass at the moment. It's absolutely insane the amount of money that these companies are putting into advertising and sponsorship. Like, more than the game development. And it's sad, because it's absolutely terrible for the consumer. Because consumers are getting baited in to playing games that are half finished and probably will never be finished. They're built on shoddy engines and are massively overhyped because they have all of this money going into advertising and sponsorship, telling everyone to play it. It's rough, man. We live in a bad time for gachas. Yeah, they do. They do, Fox. That's the problem. That's why it's so bad for the consumer. So much of their budget is going into advertising and sponsorship. and not into making the game good. So all we see peddled out is shallow slop that looks good on the outside, and then once you get into it, into the meat and potatoes of it, it's all fucking rotten. With an awful gameplay loop, if at all, if any at all. Flawed engines. Code Geass had a hero shooter? Fucking hell. News to me. Yeah, 300 million quarter on advertising. That's the number that I saw as well. And it's gone up since then. Allegedly. Gone up considerably since then. Like, advertising is what actually makes money. And the other issue is if they continue advertising and sponsorship over a game's lifespan, then that money has to come from somewhere, which means the overhead costs of the gacha are much higher, which means the rates are going to be much lower, and the cash shop is going to be much more expensive. Boone is gacha free asterisk. He just plays Limbus Company, which is great. I think you can let him off. Let him off the Limbus Company. Oh, nice Enfield. Fucking hell, man. This year has been so bad. People playing Enfield and Neverness Everness are actually out of their minds. Like, I'm convinced that they're brainwashed. They're delusional. Like, they've fooled themselves into thinking the game is good. And this has always happened in gachas, but it's been especially bad with these games. Enfield's fucked, man. Enfield's fucked because they don't care about it. They couldn't give it the slightest of shits about it. And from what I've seen of Arknights, the original Arknights recently as well, it seems that they couldn't give a shit about that either. Like, Hypergriff is just done. Hypergriff is gone as a company. The good old days are behind us. Most places have the Polish. Thank you, Ben. It's a bit of a weird statement from you. Not sure why you need to bring that into this. Wizard and Limbus are the last gachas that are unique money-wise. Chaos Zero Nightmare is actually very unique. And Chaos Zero Nightmare is still doing quite well. For all of its sins. Uma Musume is very unique. And Uma Musume is doing really well. Hypergriff is no longer a company that gives a shit about its game. It hasn't for I don't know for how long, but it certainly doesn't anymore. Like, Hypergriff is done. All of their games are not done. Like, they're not going to EOS, but there's no passion there anymore. They don't give a shit. CZN had some new drama. Yeah, I heard about that. Imagine running a Korean gacha. In terms of its... Well, I don't think we're talking about that, Dark Chaos, because if we're talking about that, almost every game copies, like Genshin, whatever, in terms of the systems that they have in the game. And Genshin copied God knows what came before it, you know? Like, I'm talking about the actual game design, right? The style of game that the game is. Yeah, CZN was fun. I wouldn't play again. Monsters and Memories should be October. At least. Should be. CZN CEO believing it might be good? No, I very much doubt it. Say what you want about Shift Up. I don't actually know who Shift Up are. The game is pretty fun. Outside of the Super Junior area, I have no idea who Shift Up are, sorry. Point and click shooter, no idea. Oh, Shift Up Nikkei. Let him on Nikkei account. Gonna tell me a good time to come back. Couldn't stand the nearest menus, yeah. I don't know anything about, I can't really talk about Nikkei, I don't have any knowledge of it whatsoever. Better thing I can spend time on piddling around with gachas, probably. Like Final Fantasy 14. What have you. To get weird since it's only loosely a gacha. Good time sync for your phone. Need to kill time? Yeah, of course, man. Whatever you have fun with. Whatever floats your boat, Arita. CEO isn't great. Second time as CEO is, but yeah, like, CEOs going away never make things better. Because CEO resigning is always the shareholders being like, you haven't made enough money. We want more money. And what happens when someone who hasn't made enough money goes away? They bring in someone else who they feel like will make more money. How does that person make more money? By making the consumer base suffer. So no. I don't think CZN's going to get any better. More goon, more microtransactions, harsher systems, more premium banners. These are the things that the new CEO will bring because they don't want to be fired. Sorry, they don't want to have to resign. Shareholders want more money, but aren't willing to let the product and good business practice allow the audience to breathe and spend because they like the game, not because they have to. It's not crazy at all. Most of the shareholders who have invested in a company don't have any clue what they've fucking invested in. They just want to know whether it's making money or whether it's not. They don't understand what it is that they're trying to sell. They just want more money. And it's always short term for shareholders. Shareholders don't really care about the long term. They want to see their shit spike immediately. So, as soon as a company becomes publicly traded, there's a very good chance that the monetization of the games of the studio that are making them are going to go massively downhill, incredibly downhill. This is why I always talk about why it's such a good thing that Cygames is not publicly traded. And you can see this in almost every company that's publicly traded. And you can see the moment where the studio stops being its own thing and starts being puppeted by demands from up on high to make more money. Shareholders of Elden Ring are pissed off. They think that From Software doesn't focus the Elden Ring IP enough. Yep, so shareholders as well, if they're interested at all, they will get a small amount of information from the genre, from the area that their company's involved in. And so, this is why we see so many like Hoyo clones, right? Both in terms of the gameplay and in terms of the monetization system. Because shareholders see Hoyo, they're like, holy shit, man, we should do a Hoyo game. And that's how we end up with these carbon copy clones all year long that just flop instantly because they have no thought behind them, they have no originality. So if the shareholders of FromSoft had any idea of what was actually going on in the gaming industry, they would know that the gaming industry is absolutely saturated with fucking Dark Souls clones. And even if Dark Souls, makes a new game, Elden Ring 2, whatever, what have you, like it will have nowhere near the kind of impact that Elden Ring did. And even though it will be wildly successful, it may end up not being worth the development time. Shareholders just typically don't get that you can't put lightning back in a bottle. As much as you might want to put that very valuable lightning back in a bottle, it doesn't go back in. You can't really make another Elden Ring or Hades or Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33 or whatever have you. Genshin Impact in the Hoyo genre. You can't really make another one. Hell, there's 2 Genshin Impacts. They already did make another one because there's Wuthering Waves. For people who are mildly unhappy with Genshin, you can play pretty much the same fucking game, but slightly different. Our genre is so saturated, it's absolutely insane. Yep, nobody makes Honkai Star Rail clones. The turn-based battlers are out, and they have been out for a while. Cygames is not directly publishing, publicly traded. Subsidiary of Cyber Agent. Ah, interesting. Yeah. So that's similar to Brain. Fuck. Oh my god. This is depressing that I have to Google this. Rockstar. I am so sad that I had to Google that. That's actually old man syndrome at its finest. Same as Rockstar with Take-Two. They're a subsidiary company of Take-Two. And although Rockstar is not publicly traded, Take-Two are. And there is influence that trickles down. But it's nowhere near as bad, right? And although I do think Rockstar are a shadow of their former selves, it took a long time. And they still made plenty of good games while they were under Take-Two that was being publicly traded. It's only really like recently that Rockstar has been pretty bad. Last like 5 years. Sometimes you get a unicorn as well. Like Wizardry, for instance, is a good example of this. Wizardry is published, developed by Dreecom, right? Dreecom, massive fucking company. But the actual team that works on Wizardry is tiny, and they have almost complete autonomy because DreamCom don't understand what the fuck's going on. And Wizardry is a very beloved IP. It's the jewel in their crown in terms of IPs that they own, and so they give massive autonomy to the people who make it, because they're just trying to really push Wizardry, and they want Wizardry to be a legacy for them. They want it to be an eternal source of income for them, as they have struggled a lot with financial issues, and Wizardry has pretty much pulled them out of it, or is in the process of pulling them out of it. So it isn't always the case 100%, but it usually is. The more successful the company is, and the more successful IPs the company has, the more fingers it has in other pies, the less you can really expect it to push out good games. Always understand because no programmer wants to learn the old programming language. The game is actually so outdated, yeah. Pretty much a dead language in programming, meaning that you have no prospect if you leave. Yeah, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. I never considered that. That the game is so old that it uses completely different language, and it isn't even a language that's taught anymore. Very interesting. This is why when a new gacha comes out, the first thing I do is not look at the gacha, it's look at the company that makes it, and look at what else they make, and the other IPs that they have, and their track history with gachas, whether they have parent companies, whether they're subsidiary companies of other companies, because the creator of the game is far more important than any aspect of the game itself. And you can pretty much guess the trajectory of every single gacha based on the company that's making it, based on what other plates they are currently twirling at the same time. She moved to a new engine a few years ago, really. And it still uses the same code, I guess. It was my first question when I saw the Langrisser gacha, right, the new one. Who is it made by? Who are these people? What else are they made? Who do they belong to? Who are they owned by? Who has their hand on their collar? Yep. Blackjack is well over 50% owned by Slon Games. And so much so, there is some artwork of Zerida in the promo artwork for Sea of Sword. And that was, I was like, wait a second, isn't Zerida a mobile character? How do they have the rights for that? And it wasn't until I actually looked into Blackjack and I was like, oh, it's because Slon Game owned them. Like, they must be very integrated in the project if they are immediately allowed to use the mobile game characters, as they are, you know, they're a different ownership. They're not on the same license. Are there any companies that are an instant no for me? No, there are no companies that are an instant no, but there are companies that I will be like, that game's going to be rough, guys. Just so you're aware. Like XT Entertainment, of course. I'd still play an XT Entertainment gacha. I'd give it a go. But like, I'd also tell people what to expect. Oh shit. Fuck a duck. The worst games that I've played, the worst companies that I have played over the time that I've been streaming are definitely XD Entertainment without a doubt. It's so fucking awful. Holy shit. And Smilegate. Smilegate are abysmal. Stremmer's a robot? Huh? What's up? What's up, Nomad? They always flip flop on their gachas, yeah, because they like making money, don't they? They also have an impeccable client. Streamers a clanker. Is my microphone not working properly? Can you tell me what's going on, please? Worst thing about Smilegate and or XD. Oh, the capture. Yep. Sorry, sorry guys. I was distracted. XD Entertainment have left a trail of devastation behind them in the gacha market. You can trace it well back over about 10 years or so, maybe a little bit more. My god, man. Like, they are disgusting. They weekend at Bernie's all of their gachas as well. Like, they don't let any of them fucking die. They don't even give them the mercy to put them out of their misery. They just string them along and bleed the fucking players dry for decades. They never let go on their gachas. They just have a vice grip on them. They don't give a shit. They'll start pumping zero money into it, maintenancing the gacha completely and chucking out new characters and nothing else. And they'll just keep going forever. Absolutely disgusting. They don't give a shit about their game. They steal the dreams of the companies that they provide their services to, that they lend their money to make the games. It is a disgusting journey through XD's history. Smilegate, they got a really shit launcher. I don't think that was necessarily enough reallys either. Unbelievable. One of the worst programs that I have seen on a PC, including viruses. Beyond that, they just don't seem to give a shit about their games. I don't know, man. They're very profit oriented. They have terrible English communication. I had really bad interactions on the content creator program. Just trying to organize things with the staff. It's just awful. Just a really bad company to interact with. The game was the KSO 9 was alright. It was an alright game. And I'd play another Smilegate gacha. I don't think I would trust the Smilegate gacha. Stove new, yep. Stove is enough by itself, honestly. The fact that they get people to play their games through Stove. I don't know what they're cooking on Stove. See what I did there? Exactly. But it's something. And it's burning. Before I streamed, I played a number of different gachas, just casually, and a lot of them weren't very good, but the one that sticks in mind, Bandai Namco, unfortunately, very bad. I had an experience of that through Tales of Crestoria. Oh my dear god, that was so badly managed. Every aspect of that game was so badly managed. The fucking client didn't work. So that was pretty bad. The bad GBF one, yeah, it was a little bit like GBF. A little tiny bit like GBF K18, yeah. It looked quite pretty at the time. And that was about it. The story was actually quite fun in it, which was why it was extra disappointing. What a bad trajectory that game had. K18, do you know if Arkland eventually EOS'd or not? Because it got saved a number of times from EOS. I stopped following it a long time before. I never checked. Rose Queen. You do think they got EOS? Because there were a number of EOS like scares for it, where they said they were shutting it down, and then they were actually like, "No, we've extended its lifespan." Let's have a look. Oh yeah, Arkland EOS announced again. It actually lived until March this year. So it lasted almost 2 years after its original EOS announcement. Which is interesting. Because the original EOS announcement was July 24. Bro, you can't be real. I mean, the only thing that I know is real is jizz. Right? Yeah, 4 months ago. Lasted a very long time for an unsuccessful game. I guess Blackjack, because they're quite closely related to Zlong. One of the Zlong's big things is even if their game is earning very little, even if it's just in one region, they'll keep it running. Like Langrisser only earns like, I don't know, 30k a month or something, like literally 30k a month in Southeast Asia, but they keep it running because, I don't know, they I don't want to say they give a shit, but it's not costing them anything to keep it running, so they just keep it running. A lot of gacha companies wouldn't do that. They don't treat the people on there any differently or anything. They don't gouge them in any extra ways. They just leave it running the same as, pretty much the same thing as Global, except it's 6 months behind. What's the neutral option for encounters? There isn't one. There is none. There is no neutral. There are no neutral options in the game. Every option is either good or evil. So you have to alternate if you want to stay neutral. I really don't want to be locked into this Grimnir. All the hosts have dried up. Where are our Luos? Luo, yeah. Yeah, fight is evil. Fight is like mildly evil. I think it's -1 evil. Healing item is quite a bit of plus good. I can't remember how many. More than 2, I think. I don't know why I'm running this with a farming setup. There's absolutely no point whatsoever. The farming setup gets this extra angel drops. Rotate between ambush and plead? No, funnily enough, plead is actually evil. Plead is mistranslated. I can't remember what the actual translation is, but plead is mistranslated and it's actually an evil option. It's -1 evil. Oh, we got Luo Manatura. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, plead is not good. I don't know what the translation is meant to be. I think it's like threaten. I think it's meant to be threaten. I don't know how that got mistranslated as plead. Who knows? Who knows? Who can really truly say? Yeah. Yes, bro. I don't know either. I have no idea either. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, plead is not it, if you're trying to be good. We're not getting into that. It's not randomized, no. All of this is on Faster Thoughts somewhere or other. After a month of grinding, maybe. Maybe, Perk. The Snow Rabbit relics do seem to be quite rare, yeah. Is there a wild fox in chat today? Tell me everything good about the FF13 trilogy. He was here earlier. I don't know if he still is, sir. I think most non-long-standing Final Fantasy players quite enjoyed Final Fantasy 13. It was a reasonably successful game. Just didn't do much for a lot of people who are like Final Fantasy players. Doesn't really feel like a Final Fantasy game. I know, it's not quite right, eh, Cyril? Yeah, indeed, folks. Mm-hmm. I mean, Final Fantasy 12 is kind of the same, to be honest. Final Fantasy 12 is not very Final Fantasy, really. This Final Fantasy 12 is much more to my taste. Final Fantasy 12 is also quite a controversial entry into the Final Fantasy series. Half AP Shiva. It's still on like 90%. Odd. They want to skin you for your hide. Concerning. But not do that in this country. Done. Banged up. You're loo balling me here. Come on, we only need a few more of the gems. Disgusting. Hello, Narcos. What's happened to the Luos? Ever tried Goddess of Genesis? Nah, I never launched in our region, Mugen. I did see it being played. It looked kind of cool. It never really took off, even in the regions it did launch. When I was playing Langris at SEA, a bunch of the guys there were playing Goddess of Genesis. Everything's dried up. It's not better than Langris. I mean, it was it's a different sort of game, really. It's a turn-based battler game. I think it had some PvP in it too. Very different game. I quite like the art style. I like some of the characters. They look kind of cool. Yeah, it did have PvP. But yeah, it was a turn-based battler. It wasn't anything like Langris. Yeah, I liked it. That's a good way to be, Narcos. Because it is typically a problem. It's typically terrible. Typically splits the focus of the game. Which is rarely a good thing. I'll leave Alexei till last. I probably should have put Avatar on here already. Maybe I'll swap out Grimnir in a second. to fake content. I don't know if that's fair. No, that is fair. Yeah, I think PvP is often like kind of just shoehorned into games as an extra game mode that doesn't actually have any real depth to it, and it's just kind of there. And that way they can say, look at this PvP gacha. It's like, well, yeah, it has like the basic AI battler. Cool. Yeah, I think a lot of PvP PvP games are like that. Yeah, PvP is not very popular. As we talked about a lot, PvP is not really very popular. In gacha games. Not popular at all. It shouldn't. It's because Blackjack obviously run by Long Games, and they have a history of making PvP gachas, right? Langrissa, Calper of Universe, Arkland. So I'm not surprised that they were a little bit shocked, as the PvP was the selling point of those games before. Counterside as well. Not strictly made by Long Games, but they had huge influence in it. They published it. Heavy PvP game. So Long Games makes like pretty much just PvP games. Now their games usually have very strong PvE in them as well, but they do have quite a big focus on PvP, and maybe they're stuck in the past where they think that's still what players want. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it in Langrissa, because Langrissa was obviously this heavy, like very heavy focused PvP game, but even back then, a large portion of the player base were PvE players, and they didn't really engage in PvP, or only a little bit. Yeah, the PvP in Counterside was very good. It's because they had the Long Games team. Long Games are really good at PvP balance. They're actually so good at it. I haven't seen another gacha company that comes anywhere near close. They actually seem to know what they're doing and have a level of passion in making the game accessible and balanced. You know, not balanced, but like fun balanced. They run beta servers and they lean on experienced players to give feedback on things as well. To make sure that they have their characters like and builds and things sorted before they go live. And they really excel at that, which is quite rare in gacha. Quite rare indeed. Oh, it does? Oh yeah, Laplace. Yep, Laplace. Yep, I forgot about that. Yeah, I doubt even in Sea of Sword that there'll be a Langrissa PvP quite like the old days. That Apex Arena is so good. So well put together. Laplace M must have been running for ages now. Thankfully, I've been heat rash free for a couple of weeks now. Wet wipes are great. I always keep a box of wet wipes around. Wet wipes are super useful. You never know when you might need a wet wipe. Top few layers of flesh are gone. Yeah, indeed. Everything's gone. It's all gone. Darn. Trying to source these last Luos is rough. Ah, that's not happening. Thursday game updates. Yeah, it's Final Fantasy 11 week. I wish it wasn't, because we have EQ Legends launch in 2 days. I really want to go hard on, but yep, it's long games. Dreamcom have decided to launch the only release that they've had for Wizardry on the 1 week where I have something else going on. Arseholes. Yep, Final Fantasy 11 collab is on Thursday. I'm not, no. They are not doing Twitch campaigns this time around. From speaking with Taku, and this is conjecture, they said they want to do more in September, October, by the way. But this is conjecture. I don't think this collab's aimed at the West at all. I don't think they did this collab for the West whatsoever. I don't think they actually care how it does in the West. I don't think it matters to them. I think they probably already assume that nobody is really going to pick it up from the West, in particular. This was for Japan. Taku works mostly in advertising in America, in North America, South Korea, and Taiwan, I think. And none of those regions he's not being utilized really for any of those regions for this collab. So I think this is a Japan thing. This is a big Japan thing. Just here without feeling bad? Nah. I'll be on Wizardry for sure on Thursday. I just may not be on it on Friday. I'll see how EQ Legends sticks, like whether I actually enjoy it. I probably will. EverQuest Legends is in 2 days. Right. Something like a gacha for the generation after the Wizardry generation. It's not a gacha. It's like a very solo friendly, kind of like classic plus of EverQuest, which is developed by a different group of people who are all like EverQuest veterans, but is officially licensed by Daybreak Games, who currently owns EverQuest. So it's like an official thing. It isn't like an emulator server. And it's quite a big thing in the community, like the old school RPG community. One of the biggest releases in a lot of years for old school RPG players. Not really, Narcais. They scratch two very different itches. So EverQuest Legends is obviously EverQuest. It's literally EverQuest. But you get to be 3 classes at once, and there are all sorts of systems in place to increase player power, so you can solo like everything in the game when you develop yourself, like as you get stronger. It has a really good progression curve on it for solo play. So not only is it not any real new content, it's just like slightly modified content, but it's not really a big group play game. Of course, Monsters and Memories is much more a community kind of friends game. So not really. Also, Monsters and Memories really, real niche world cult, the makers of Monsters and Memories, they really welcome games in the same genre as well as competitors, because they believe that it's not good to monopolize, and it doesn't help to make good games if there's a monopoly. And they really care about making good games and making sure that people get to play things that they actually enjoy, even if they're not financially viable in the current day and age. Man, listening to Sean Lord talk, who is the director of CEO of Monsters and Memories, dude, he's such a nice dude. I've just sat and chatted to him more than a few times, just on Discord, where he's just messaged me and be like, hey, we just chatted. He's just such a nice dude. It's crazy. He was talking recently about how when the game goes live, depending on how many subs M&M gets, they will be basically picking and choosing the people who get paid. So like, most of the higher ups in that company are happy never making a cent, consistently being out of pocket for the rest of their lives over the game, because they've already made their millions. They don't give a shit. It's a legacy project for them, but they want to make sure that the families of those who actually need it get the money that they deserve for working on a game, for pouring their heart and soul into a project. So there's a good chance, unless the game is ultra successful, that it's all of the lower level people who are actually going to be getting a paycheck out of Monsters and Memories, and none of the higher ups at all. The company is unreal. It shouldn't exist. It's basically just a bunch of grumpy old men who are unhappy with the gaming industry, who've already had their careers and made their fortunes. These damn Luos, man. They're teasing me. Let me in. Yes. Oh, now we got all the Luos in the entire world. You having a bad experience, Bellico? That will make it into this one, sadly. Huh? Oh. Snuck it. That one's dead. I know, Bellico, I know. I mean, savages. Fuck. That's the worst Limbus fans show up in Cap's chat. Case Acado 5 for 9. Oh god. Good luck with that. I think they're there most of the time, to be honest, Fox. I don't think Kanto matters that much. Should be the last Luo. And whack Avatar up on there. Oh, fuck. Never lucky. Never mind, we got 2 out of that. Sometimes lucky. Occasionally lucky. This one has been up for ages. I think it might be stuck. Nobody's in here. He does like a wipe at 10%. It's unfortunate for the guy. It's all good, Bellicott, don't worry, mate. I'm good for now, thank you, though. Very kind of you. Apparently that is cadet blue. That colour that Ariatel and Fox are. Apparently. Bleach collab fights. No. This is M2 Regalia bosses. I'm farming Genesis fragments. Oh, why are you defaulting to Tiamat? What on earth? That is not going to help us clear this. What are you up to? Breadstick up in arms. Jesus Real is a great chatter, it's true. Maybe the greatest of all chatters. Spooky Fox, yeah. Final Fantasy 13 Avenger Fox. I'm about to get nuked. Two of these avatars are bricks, aren't they? Oh no, did we already get through them? Oh, never mind. That's a click through them without realising. Pretty much the only character I know from oh boy, from Bleach is Ichigo. And Aizen, I suppose. Don't tell me you don't know. Watch, I can't actually remember. I can't actually remember. I remember you mentioning him before, but I did not commit it to memory. Sorry about it. I cannot, but thank you, Buttercup. Main character must have dodged. Oh, beast. Him and whoever that is called. The more you know. I'll try to remember the next time I look at Ichigo. Ichigo, the biggest screamer in the game right now. No, that goes to Mugen, without a doubt. Mugen's screams are another level. If you want to hear Mugen screaming, go queue up for Mugen Revens. If you can, that'll go. You'll hear it immediately. Probably clips of it on YouTube. That is a strictly voices off raid. Every time you refresh. This is why I wanted to get the raids that I don't have good teams against done first. I should have put Avatar up sooner. I forgot. Because once we're down to 4 of these rather than any of the light ones which are clearing very quickly, we have to actually play through them in a lot of cases. That's why I left Alexiel last as well. Yeah, at least we should be golden on Genesis fragments after all this. Oh, okay, Bellico. I've heard it. I didn't really... Yeah, I didn't find anything particularly crazy. Gave you a light gun. Hot damn. Congrats. That's the inspiration you needed. And a sword. Bellico's all in on Mugen now. Ah. I've definitely seen someone else using that colour, but I think there's only one person who semi-regularly chats. I cannot think of their name off the top of my head. Pretty unique one, Arito. That colour is one of the most readable as well. One of my favourites. Yeah, no, I preset. Makes sense. I've seen someone else with that colour who types in chat. But I cannot think for the life of me who. Oh. Oh. Not sure how MC sometimes living that. You must dodge it, I guess. I don't know where he's getting dodged from though. Oh yeah, that's slightly different. Yeah, in fact, I think the one that Fox has is the colour that I've seen before. Now that I'm looking at Fox and Ariatel side by side. It's probably like a nitro thing, isn't it? Custom code? Chat color? I don't know. No idea. I don't use Twitch enough. Oh yeah, turbo, not nitro, sorry. Oh, I guess not then. I always get Discord Nitro and Twitch Turbo mixed up. Should remember TT. Oh. Just hit it. The noises are funny though. Right, I gotta go, guys. I got Clock Tower in 2 minutes. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow for a full old stream. We'll be back on Granblue. Our last on stream day of grinding probably for a little while. Although I will undoubtedly still be grinding away on mobile while I'm playing whatever it is that we're doing next week. Sorry, not luck. Sorry, guys. Thanks, K18. Thanks, not luck. Thanks, Bellicott. Thanks, Breadstick. Thanks, Fox. Thanks, Ariatel. Thanks, anyone else who's still out there. Thanks, Bellicott. Thanks, all you lovely people who've stayed and kept me company today. I appreciate you. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Good luck with whatever you're up to, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Much love. Bye-bye.